Good morning. Holy moly, FSLR. Yep, right to 260. Kicking ass. Oh. VIX is turning up a little bit. I'd be cautious with this test. It's not well supported. That's kind of interesting. Okay. So another failed breakout at 2. Discord's off. Sorry. There we go. Good morning, everyone. How's so much volume on GME today? No idea. Does it have a lot of volume? That doesn't look very good. Mm. Why is that a lot? It's the lowest volume open in the last 10 days. I thought the fiscal year results were kind of good for BNet. That doesn't mean it's going to go up, but not bad. Might increase subscribership to the offering. What is an AVGO? Broadcom. I can't believe you cut off the Pigeon Whale beta testers. I didn't. Nice try. How yields up, Dixie down, JP Yuan are still rock hard. I mean, I wouldn't say they're rock hard. USD Yuan is like up 3 points. USD JPY is up 11. Dixie's down against the euro and the pound. Back to our regularly scheduled pumping program? Oh, not necessarily. What's gamma max on FSLR? Good question. 270, 269, 94. That's super unimpressive. Everyone gone to Martha's Vineyard. Mm. Doesn't mean anything to me. What kind of Speedo are you rocking this weekend out east? Taiwanese flag. I wanted to show support for NVIDIA. Bro, you're insane with these picks. It's kind of scary. Which? FSLR? Because it just keeps going up. Unliked, unsubbed. Oh, we in chop mode. 5280, 295. I think the range is a bit wider than that. 5275, 5290. Oh, you know, like all of them? Oh. Yeah, it's been a good week. My FSLR 225 P 0 DTEs finna hot pronato. No. Both robbing your head. I don't think MSLR needs to do a share offering. Yeah, FSLR June 300C is up 100%. Is that a good sign for continuation? Doesn't hurt. It's having a nice period of extended growth. I'm playing down or up today. Neither right now. Foiled again. I'm sorry. Did you close out your 255 sold call on FSLR? I don't have any sold calls on FSLR. I sold calls on the test yesterday that I was long on, but I don't have any short calls. Does Rudy got kidnapped yesterday after the abrupt stream ending? No. I just forgot about something. Came up a little earlier than expected. I was worried about Rudy got kidnapped yesterday after I had to walk away from the rest of the day after asking you about SRF. How are your levels so crazy accurate? I don't know. I've been doing this a long time. FSLR was 5% of my port when I bought them. Now it's 25%. Next time, could you tell me to full port? No. Once again, thanks, Pickle Man. That's awesome. Well done, Tired Nurse. I appreciate it. I'm glad everyone's making bank on FSLR. Now we can find new bankrupt stocks to get over attached to. That way nobody gets too rich. Well, 6K in 10 minutes. Nice. Well done, Nick. Are you going to prison for running over a cop? No? Cat playtime with your cat and the cat lady's cats? That's what I think you had to leave the stream for. No. What? Not much OI on FSLR 0 DTEs. Risky? They're very volatile contracts. I missed FSLR as a pickle swig. Probably chasing if I step in now. I think there'll be opportunities to get in on consolidation. But yeah, getting in now could be a little risky. Getting a little bit closer to gamma neutral here. Hmm. Things are looking a little more bearish on SPX. So there's actually plenty of call interest at 60.65 on the FSLR 0 DTE. And it should have some support at 60 and 55. Yeah, it's got a decent amount of interest there. Pretty well supported. WeBull 260, 220. Fix is rising, and we're moving to test gamma neutral. Yes. Michigan consumer sentiment in a couple of minutes. I don't know if we're going to chop today or not. We could. Just a little gap there. Special shout out to anyone still holding an FSLR 200C weekly from end of day Monday. Godspeed, you crazy regard. Jimmy dying, clear path to 16. There's a little bit of support at 18 right now. BNet worth watching, T plus 2. Might be. Not yet. But if it gets back over like 80 cents. BNet borrow rate jumped from 86.37 from 5.25 2 days ago. I'm still holding some shares that I plan to use for subscription rights. Okay. I mean, it's still very much caught in like a short squeeze. I don't know how that's going to end up. If it trades enough volume at a low enough price, the shorts might be able to get out, or at least a bunch of them. Now we've traded a lot of volume. Is this the cat entry? No. Are you shorting it? Markets haven't really, indexes haven't really dropped yet. USD JPY is so close to square level. It's at like 157 today. How do you think Michiganders feel this morning? I would imagine not great. Consumer sentiment everywhere has been declining. I highly doubt we get any big surprises on it. Remember, it's also not the preliminary print; it's just the update. So it's like the final one. Carvana is short soon. Um, yeah, it's getting pretty close. SCX getting a little support here at 82. Filled some of the gap, but not all of it. Still pretty negative on the Delta side. Resistance at 295, 290. $290. Beyond doing a thing, perhaps. God damn it. Yeah, if it broke 750, maybe a little. It's getting some covering. So perhaps. Is it still on Reg Show? Yeah. Well, it's still on reg show. Ooh, hard bounce. Surprise. Mmm. Surprise. Interesting. Well, that's not right. Consumer sentiment up, 5-year inflation expectations down. Uh, Current conditions slightly up, and inflation expectations slightly up. Still massively lower than the prior print, but sure, let's call it bullish. There's still resistance at 90. Are you worried about EPAM? Not really. Why? Sell those FSLR puts or bought them? Bought them. $5,300 call side looks stacked. They likely were sold than bought. They've been sold. It's a little bit dumpy. It's like futures rejected at the 5310 test, but back above 5300. You're gonna add to your end phase position. I mean, I already have on this one on here. I don't know, probably not. But I have like I have 125s and 150s for July that I bought earlier this week. What's up, popcorn? How'd the police come to work today? Apparently, one of our customers uses the coin deposit machine inside was stealing all of it from local water fountains. Genius. Jimmy hit 1776. I must double down. Alex Jones told me so. Okay. Just be careful of turning into a gay frog. You going down or up today? I don't know yet. things are kind of bearish here under 5,300. There's some sold calls to the upside. 52.90 is a pretty strong resistance. How do you feel about How at these prices for oil? I mean, I'm still long How. It's not really oil exposure. It's energy services exposure. Which I still like. I think we'll have to ramp up production more this year. Generally, when picking up leaps, you would consider DCAing them. Hedging them's good too. Safe to enter a longer FSLR position, or you see a pullback from the Gamma Max test. Depends if we test Gamma Max today. That was a pretty strong breakout. I don't think we're going to fail VWAP. Although indexes don't look nearly as bullish. Maybe we should add to this. And cut. Four. Solomon $1. Okay. I'm all stuffed up today. Grackle, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Give Grackle a shout out for hooking you up. FSLR is still going up. Looks like we're gonna test Gamma Max. Let's see. Delta's just a tiny bit positive here. So is Gamma. Alright, let's see how positioning is moving around. Resistance at 290 still, and then also resistance at 295 and 300. I mean, definitely more out of the money calls being bought. Falls down a bit. I think we have any more significant data. Serious question. Who in their right mind is buying futures or calls right now thinking, oh, this is going to go up? Everybody who watches CNBC. Nice try, two-tone sausage. Hmm. Why are you guys concerned with like 8-cent price movements on Go EV? Like, what are you doing? Jorg, we're currently in the middle of doing the bear flag all day thing. All right. If we break down under 75 today, 70. Yeah, we could test 50. I wonder if we'll pass Gamma Max on FSLR today. It's possible. There's a lot of resistance here. We'll probably need at least a small pullback before it breaks up, if it's going to break up. We also got rejected at like 53.10 pretty hard on futures, so a little bit of just recovering from that. What are you doing? You know what we're doing? Over leveraging. Idiots. BNet's only worth watching over 80 cents, would you say? Yeah. If it starts to pressure the delta on the $1 call, it can get spicy again. FSLR back to 250 quick. Yeah, that's why I bought puts earlier, but it bounced on VWAP. Kind of risky. There's a lot of support at 60 on the 0 DTEs, and they didn't seem to want to take profits before, but maybe they will on a higher test. The bid moved up on the Carvana 2026 20p. You're gonna be a millionaire, Dork. No, Peanut's not banished to the Shadow Realm. It's below VWAP, though, which isn't very exciting. Mm, lower high? Hmm. Mm, it still doesn't look so hot. Let's get stopped out of this too early. Mm. SPX wants to fail so badly. Mm. It keeps getting support, though. There's just a lot of resistance to the upside. Let's see. Alright, fuck it. That should be pretty supportive. I think we'll get a breakout. Lots of call buyers coming in. 5,300. Especially 5,300. Anything left to squeeze off here? Not really. A little bit. Maybe the 90.85. $67, 68.75. Apple rejected. Interesting. Indices is up 4%. How's that looking, by the way? $122. Decent out of 30. All right. I couldn't find yesterday's end of day wrap up. There wasn't one. I wrote up key levels last night. Would you mind going over the implication of the BNED 1 to 17 shares and your expectation for the stock price once those are resolved? It'll drop. They're issuing 900 million shares at 5 cents. The question is if it squeezes more between now and the offering. Any plans for the weekend? No, not particularly. We're looking for a bounce on SPX or a continued drop. It's looking bouncy back to 5,300. There's a lot of resistance here. It does. Like, they're buying the out of the money call a lot, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get it. They'll probably need to push very quickly through the resistance at 52.95, 300. But if they can, we could probably move up to 53.10-ish, and then we start to run into those sold calls again. Why would they not issue at spot while it's up? Because they've already approved the issuance and gotten subscribers. No, it looks like calls are being bought right now, not sold. I know you're a trader, but what would your top 3 stocks for long-term holds? I don't know. What a weird question. What do I look like? Fucking Bazinga? U.S. Treasuries, U.S. Treasuries, U.S. Treasuries, especially above 5%. When they state consumer sentiment is up, who exactly are they asking? Random people all over the country. I don't feel too good about all the products being priced higher. While the quality and quantity of those is being reduced. You sound like a fucking communist. How are the corporations going to pay their C-suites if they don't make your products smaller and of lower quality? Do you consider yourself a stock person? No. Hello, Pazinga. What are four things I should definitely not do with my 401k? Uh, sometimes. Gherk buys pallets of used copper scrap. You do what you gotta do, right? Did you see the video of the McDonald's burger patty that's thinner than a pickle? No, but that sounds disgusting. I don't eat at McDonald's. It's nasty. It's also way too expensive in the city. I think I have perfected the taco. No, I don't think so. FSLR is going to tap Gamma Max. It's going to give the old taparoo. Alright, I'm going to sell some more of my FSLR here. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Oh, also end phase rocketed. I lost $26 from that breakout. I may never financially recover from this. I know, Dork. It's okay. We'll get you a job. Can you tell me the difference between a stock and a broth? Stocks are made from bones, and broth is made from flesh. McDonald's has gotten worse over time. I mean, it was never that good to begin with. So if they get it above 5,300 or 5,310, then what? We're still probably going to end the day under 5,300 or at 5,300. AMKBY is climbing up quick. Would you sell it when it hits $10 like last time? No, I don't think so. I'm probably going to stay in it for the longer haul this time around. I'm a little less exposed, and we don't have as much shipping risk right now. So I think the prices that have locked in are going to be sustainable for some time. $10.29 timestamp for when Porsche complained about FSLR dipping. You can say, I told you I was fading the top at 10.29. I mean, I'm just cutting like probably another 30% of my September position. Because this is ridiculous, right? It's like a short squeeze, but there's no shorts. It's a long squeeze. They get tapped Gamma Max already on this run, and then Gamma Max rocketed up. Thoughts on Beyond today and coming days? Any potential left in it? It's a little spicier over 750. It's still on reg show, so it could get like a little run, and it's getting covering right now. I would say if it breaks 750, maybe an $8 test. Might even get a little higher than that. Could take a little bit though. I'd want some theta. And you gotta kind of assume that most of the real, like most of the reg show covering has already been realized on the bigger run. You missed my milestone, but I still love you. I'm sorry. Oh, you've been talking about negative and positive gamma delta separate from being above and below DNGN. Can you explain this distinction? Yeah. Neutrals aren't about total like naive exposures, right? So they're different. The neutral point is simply where the market maker is neutral, whatever, Greek we've selected there. And total exposure, naive exposure is just the net value of gamma or delta as far as the market maker's like book is concerned. So they're not the same measurement, and they're not calculated in the same way either. This better go right the fuck back up again. I spent all this time waiting for this piece of shit to pump to make 60 cents a contract. Fucking useless bulls. Wow, how dare you take profits? I have 200 calls. They're fucking $67 in the money. I feel like I've waited long enough. You still think it could be time soon to go long gold? Yeah. Just not yet. Phase pulled back a little bit. Cat looks dumpy. What am I waiting for on that? Like a 38 test. Losing yet. What are we looking at here? That doesn't look great. That seems fine. Not really bearish yet. That still looks kind of bullish. What's ES doing? Okay, so ES is retesting the trend. Then a test of the upper trend is at 53, 43.73.75. So maybe we retest 53.33.75. Maybe I should have entered more there. Is the Baker Hughes oil rig count gonna tank the market? I doubt it. Did we already talk about the 108 KOI for on the 20C for GME 621? Yeah, like 1,000 times. I think they're sold. Vol shorts. FSLR big dump, please. I don't know about a big dump. It's got support at 60. Not a lot of support at 65 though. So it could dump like $7 ish. However, I think if SPX and QQQ continue to trend, it'll probably still try to get that test at Gamma Max or 270. I have FSLR 180s, but they're puts because that one guy said a while back. I feel like we should get a shirt off for FSLR then. No. It has to be all in one day. That's not, doesn't count. Is the Houthi thing with shipping over? No. We just stopped reporting it in the news. Because America. People were getting upset about escalated geopolitical tension, and it was making markets sad. And when people are sad, they pay attention to all the bad data. Tired nurse. Like the stream, people. Thank you so much. If you guys could, that'd be cool. Thanks. You made me spit water on my keyboard. How? Oh, Gherkin. Are we going to get Lightning Warrior Part 2? Absolutely not. Did you talk about Durable's good print? Market doesn't agree with it? No, the Durables was hotter than expected, which is not what the market wanted to see, but it wasn't that hot, right? It wasn't like the prior month. So a little softer, and that's, combined with the slightly more positive Michigan consumer sentiment, the market is viewing as moderately bullish, but maybe not bullish enough for us to break 5,300. The market's a piece of shit. I still think this fails. It could. Visceral, welcome back to Zillionaire, man. How you been, dude? I felt ignored. You want the chant? All right. What the fuck is it? I don't just have these things at my fingertips. All the way back to test 5290. Getting too many sold calls. Hmm. It's a failure on ES. Hmm. It's a really hard failure on ES. Any catalysts coming up on Tesla? They might pay Elon $50 billion they don't have. I think Gregorian chant song on a hot mic at work meeting like 2 years ago. Did you tease us with the abridged version? No, that's the whole one. Well, you know, I might have splashed a little liquidity on your chair. It's okay, it's waterproof. What's your PT for end phase? I don't know. Could probably get back to like 150. 150, 140. I have 125, 150 calls for September also. Although the 200s are outperforming them. Market kind of just swan dove into 5290. Yeah, it did. It is kind of interesting. And I'm not sure the bulls are going to be able to bounce this back very hard. A failure here at 91, 92 would be pretty bearish. We're still getting pretty aggressive. We got some pretty aggressive call sellers. Interestingly, not at the top though. We got them like right as we fell into this range. Like back below 295. At least not selling in the money calls like there were yesterday, but 'Charm's gonna be a bitch later, right? With the 5,300 out of the money. Nope. $269.94. Hey, there's the bulls. See, Jork, they were gonna buy the dip. How's it feel juicing that turnip? Pretty good. Rejection or another leg up? Still short of 52.95. That's QQQ. QQQ looks a little bit stronger. And tech's overperforming. Alright. A little bit. Apple's doing well today. How low can EPAM go? I don't know. 80? 180? Yeah, probably like support at 180. FSLR got a little tap above Gamma Max there. Mm-hmm. 5310. I mean, I'm still not sure we're breaking 5300 on this push. Starting to get a little gappy here. It'll depend on how many long puts kind of squeeze out. There's a few. 90, 95 might. Yeah, they did. They left a little gap. Looks like we're starting to squeeze out some of the short calls that came in earlier. Two gaps. Ooh, shaky. Cough, Suez Canal traffic down 2/3 year over year. Cough, cough. Peace in Ukraine. Squeeze sold calls. Anyway, did you end up posting your Twitter DDs elsewhere? I started to port them over, and then I got kind of busy doing other shit. But I'll try to finish them. You could just read them on Twitter. Also. Should give this a little room to get over 5,300. I don't think so. Maybe I'll par the stop. There you go. Set 2. Leave a runner? No. I'm gonna leave that stop there. Still pushing on 270 on FSLR. SPX looks like it's gonna get a break. Yep. Maybe a little more upside room. So I got the puts on FSLR to see if the weekly 70s and 65s take profit. If they do, it might fail back below VWAP. I don't expect it to like tank hard or anything. It's pretty well supported at 60, but could get like a $5-7 pullback. Strongest resistance beyond 5,300? Well, we have calls above 5,300, so we can test like 5,310, maybe even 15. Resistance at 15, between 15 and 20. Same place it was yesterday. A lot of that positioning is still there. Short calls are coming in a little bit here, though. They're not super aggressive, but they are taking a little bit of advantage of the profit taking on the bot calls, which is still ongoing. If we get enough of them, we might fill the downside gaps before we break out higher. Let's see. Yeah, still a little bit of call selling going on there. Put that there. That was a nice call, though. QQQ is just ripping. Netflix back 650. That might be another good entry for a put for next week. Let me check that out. I did really well on the Netflix puts last time. 651. Max. This is the prior high. 650 sold calls. But if those squeeze, Netflix will rip. Maybe I shouldn't fuck with that. What's the upside range? Just during the stream, did I miss any notable takes on BNED so far? No. Volume being lower, concern, or upward continuation. Just doesn't matter much unless it breaks 80 and starts to pressure the dollar calls again. Oh, baby. FSLR ain't stopping. I think I broke it with my puts. It's just testing Gamma Max a lot. Gamma Max is like right here. Right there. That's a nice breakout. Ooh. Yeah, Bull's got this. Shouldn't be any resistance here. There we go. I could have picked any stock to buy calls on and made money today. Instead, I chose Amazon. I'm sorry to hear that. So much for the 5300 resistance. Yeah, I got blown out. That's generally how breaks of resistances happen, though. They're usually not gentle. This is gonna sound crazy, but I think they're shorting vol and going long the mean 7 today. Yeah. Anyway, thanks for the FSLR call out. Cheers. No problem, Grows. Thanks, man. Beyond looking kind of good today. Yeah, it's been pushing up a little bit. It's got some. It broke 750. That's kind of interesting. I said earlier that it's getting some covering. I'm just not sure it's going to last that long. Looking pretty good here. I don't know how many times I need to say it, BMG. VIX calls are mispriced. You can do debit spreads if you want to try to fix that, but can you predict the high of the day within 5 cents, 50 cents like you usually do? Thank you. It's very early to predict that. Looks like just short of 53.20 is about as far to the upside as we can go. We really shouldn't run into any resistance here at 53.05 though. That would be odd. $53.10 has plenty of calls. Resistance on the upside move should be like here, like 15 to 20, this range. I didn't hear you say that. No, they're really poorly priced. Look at the delta. Like look at the delta on the at the money calls, right? Or even the 14s. They have like 0.7 delta at the money. If you want to go long vol, it's better to buy SPX Vega than it is to go long cash VIX. VIX is going up, but I think it's just squeezing because we're squeezing out sold calls. Like the 0 GT sold calls from yesterday that are up here. The delta on the 14 or 0.83. Yeah. Yeah, they're terribly mispriced. You can sell the out of the money call, right? And open up debit spreads, and that works. That's not too bad. There's so little pain with just buying calls. Like they're not as profitable, but holy shit, it's so easy. It just doesn't matter when you buy one, how good your entry is. There's like, oh, bullish things, so you just buy calls. Oh, hey, FSLR puts are printing. Nice. Sell off those weeklies. More of them, ideally. Support at 260, but maybe weary at 265. Yeah, so there's not a lot of support at 265. There's very strong support at 260. It's a gamble though, right? Like the zero DTEs need to take profits in order for us to fall that far. But I'm only playing like a test of VWAP. VWAP's like at what 265.29 right now. I'm not really expecting that it'll break below that. Do we see this anchoring back to 5,300 end of day? I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens when we get towards like the more entrenched short calls. At the like 15-20 level. That's where the big resistance has been all week. Hell of a bounce though. And what I'd argue is still very bad durables data. Is today just a trend day, or can Charm still hurt SPX into end of day? I have a call and a put, hence the ask. So we could get a rejection, but I still think we're gonna test like 53.33, maybe 53.45 ES. Before we see any sharp rejections. They left all these baby gaps. I got stopped by accident. How do you get stopped? All the candles are green. Too tight. Head and shoulders on FSLR. I'm gonna be pissed if it only tests 266. Well, I'm pissed for my puts. I was fine with it for my calls, but I wonder if we should be adding more end phase here. B McLevin, come back from the grave, short SPX QQQ, lose it all again, disappear in a cloud of mallard. I thought McLevin wanted to play the bounce today. Classic grind day after a down day. Should have bought a call at open. It's not so grindy. It's just a reversal. I took half the profits from a stop at 53.05. The rest could be runners for free, up 200%. Nice. Oh, on FSLR. Did you buy 0 DTE puts? 0 DTE. Yeah. They're for today. I'm just playing like a retest of VWAP. This really shouldn't be failing here. Oh, I didn't get stopped. Lucky. Thanks, Kenny. You saucy devil. Oh, okay. Well, fuck you. Do we still see a potential of SPX coming down later? Latter half of the day, I made money on the climb. I'm out already, 85%. We could, yeah. I mean, if we fall back under 5,300 at any point, Charm's gonna get really ugly in the back half of the day. I need to paper trade spreads more. I closed the call at less than 100% profit. Left the put open for a bit, thinking we'd go back down. Should have been more patient. Spreads? With a call and a put? Are your mini ports dead? No, not at all. I already made like $1,200 on here today. Wait, is this a short day? Hold up, Willie. What? Back up. When does the market close? Oh, you're thinking of bonds, right? So yeah, Fidelity didn't tell me that 5,000 times last night. That's FUD. Bond market closes at 2. Yeah, because we have a holiday Monday. No, today's not a short day. Normal day. I don't see any signs of us coming down hard. Although a rejection here is interesting if we do. Like if we lose 5220 ES, that's super fucking bearish. That's like a failed breakout. Everything's green except for UNH. Cat's down, I guess. Dow's underperforming. Bad breath. How's RSP? Yeah, RSP's doing good. Russell's up a lot. Asymmetric risk reward on IWM. Say it ain't so. The fuck was that test? It's not actually bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. There's no calls there. How many failed breakouts do we need? Thousands. That stopped out 53.15 for 5 that I picked up for 150. Appreciate the charts. No problem, man. Is Thunderdome part of the Action Greek playset? Yes. Batteries not included. FSLR already broke GM. Several times. This is actually kind of an interesting failure. That's a bit early. And there's some sold calls coming in. This could just be repositioning on the short side. If puts come back in, which they could, they're very cheap, especially out of the money. Hmm. It could be interesting. Still those two little sneaky gaps. Well, let's see what kind of sold call accumulation we get here. Because we are getting some. Real Flash, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I'm not bearish on FSLR. I still have my calls. I just think the weeklies might take profits. It's, yeah, the upside's like a little capped off by Gamma Max. Of course, weekly call buyers could come in and buy the 75 and 80 and possibly drive it higher. But it'll be harder. Over time, they should be encouraged to take profits on the 70s and the 65s, and if they do, then FSLR can fall pretty quickly, like back to 60 where support is. No downside today? Oh, that's not necessarily true. We just broke out. That doesn't mean we can't go back down. This is all like zero DT shit. It's not like any durable call positioning. And all the calls up here are still sold. Do you know where Charm turns negative on SPX today? It is turning more negative right now. But Charm doesn't matter much until towards the end of the day. And then dealers start dumping the delta. I don't think a fall back to 5,300 is all that bearish, but like 5,295 or 90 would be. No, if 5,300 puts are on the menu, I'd be buying them right now. Not yet. But, I mean, this is just showing, like, some signs of weakness, but it's far from breaking down. That'd be interesting, is I wonder if we see de-risking. But, I mean, it is a rejection on futures. But we'd have to fall back below 53.15 ES, which is like 52.98 to confirm a reversal. 52.98 SPX. They open 72.50 strikes? No. Jesus Christ, 6,000 volume on the contracts already? Playing with fire here. Hmm. Ooh, interesting. $270. It's 11:30 right now. All right. Are you playing an FSLR rejection? Yes. Okay, so whose wife on the FSLR board are you porking? I don't know what you're talking about. Hmm. This might be the most controlled walkdown I've ever seen. It's very controlled. There wasn't much of a walkdown. Looks like we're gonna get another bounce. I wonder if this is driven by the index at this point. FSLR to 300? Yeah, probably. On the like July September calls, there's a pretty straight ramp from 70 to 300. Today, it's been pretty ridiculous so far. I don't. Sage. Is this the top for SPX today? We might be forming a top here. Still running into a... Like, it's not a lot of call sellers, but it's a decent amount of them. We're past squeezing out all the 0 DTE shit, so liquidity is getting thin. We still have to drop pretty hard to confirm any kind of failure, though. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Right after I got stopped out. Fucking cocksuckers. How big is the support? should be able to fall back to 60. We tested all the way at 75. Kind of want to take profits on my fucking end phase calls. One is not bouncing back yet. Neither is gold. Let's see. Yeah, this pushback against the drop is pretty weak. I think it's failing. ES still hasn't confirmed a breakdown yet, but it's pretty close. 53.15, we're at 53.18. So we're getting close to a reversal. If indexes drop hard enough, yeah, because FSLR is above gamma max. So if active fund flows start reversing, the MM on FSLR is just going to sell off a bunch of delta. Long VIX futures into the weekend? Maybe. Yeah, I might. Depends where we close today, but I might. What confirms a breakdown for you? When we fall below the bullish positioning? I don't do retracements. That's for morons that use fibs. This SPX puts printed quite nicely. Yeah, I know. I got stopped out by 10 cents before it popped. What in the actual fuck? SLR is the market. It's only a $28 billion company. So far. I'm gonna miss FSLR when it's over. I think I'm gonna take more profits in a minute. This is getting ridiculous. It's gonna be 300 by like the end of next week if it keeps this shit up. Or higher. There's people buying 0 DTs all the way out to like 310. Remember when you said 3 months to 300 and instead it took 3 days? All the positioning was 3 months out. The September calls are very expensive right now. Yeah, yeah, they are. Which is why I want to sell them. I keep selling one of my September 70s and buying two 70s and buying one September 300 as my way of taking profits but staying in. A year ago, I would have sold one and bought two. I'm learning. Nice. Another gap. SPX is still pretty stable here. Charm's getting a little bit more dangerous, but the momentum's not falling off yet. Yes, found support at 53.1750. But it's still struggling to break above 53.20 ES. Maybe we're just gonna bleed out for a while. I think we keep moving down, but really slow. Really slow, lots of chop. Did Beyond have FTDs or something today? No, it's still on Reg Show. It's getting some covering too. Hmm. The values you have for Greeks are all based on activity from yesterday, right? So if a bunch more FSLR calls are bought today, we can assume GM is now higher. Mm-hmm. But we also do the full chain, right? And so, while gamma can skew higher, delta's still going to be concentrated around the longer dated positioning. What if it craters below 300? Yeah, it's still below 8. What craters below 300? SPX? SPX needs to lose like 52.98 for it to start to get like actually bearish. Profit taking, sold calls, puts coming in. Yeah, I should have stayed in my 300 puts. It sucks. Oh well. Actually, just puts being bought too. They were pretty cheap there for a minute. 2 days ago, I hit my June goal a month early. Today, I hit my July goal. FSLR is our Lord and Savior. It's pretty insane. Puts on it are starting to price up a bit, though, which is interesting. I'd like to see what happens if the market does some dumpies here. How many of you are still holding like Beyond bags? Did you guys miss the part where it ran to 1030? Like a run here doesn't have a lot of potential. Even if it does run, right? Most of the covering that needed to be done is already kind of blown out. I'd be very careful, and by that I mean I probably wouldn't touch it. Would you consider the 0DT FSLR puts a hedge for your longer dated calls? I mean, if we drop below 275, I'm gonna stop out of a lot of my longer dated calls. So not really, no. They could be. I mean, for whatever position, part of the position I keep, but only if we get a serious pullback. Mm, 1,400 calls at 270, 265, 260 puts, 7,800, 87, 6,000, 2,000. That's insane. The 275 is up 20x from this morning. If BNet stays about 0.5, can we expect a T+2 run on Wednesday? Yesterday was T+2. T+2 from what? No, unlikely. Unless we get another, like, big surprise buy-in or something. They're doing a good job netting it out, right? Staying under $1. My FSLR put's pretty much, wait, my gains from yesterday. When would you expect obligations for GoEV from the reverse split to be covered, or were they already? Could be some time. I think like at least 3 to 6 months. I have July FSLR 240s. What range would you consider exercising one instead of selling all the contracts? I don't know. I'm gonna exercise my 200s if we get above 3. I mean, I'm gonna hold them till expiry, but in case it goes higher, but I'm probably gonna exercise like 20 of them. Because covered calls look pretty tempting on it. Once it's done like repricing, that's when I'd wanna exercise. You could cashless exercise too. Sneaky FSLR puts. I have a few. I don't think it's gonna fail if the index is still trending though. We got a little bounce off 5,300 here. Still getting some vol shorts. Still some bulls on SPX. Not super strong, but futures buyers are defending the breakdown. Our low here was 53.1650, and we still want to break 53.1525. We're not really picking up more volume on the sell-offs either. Well, look, profit taking on FSLR. I know. That was the plan. Lower high on the second test there too. Interesting. There's still gonna be support at 70. Entry opportunity for FSLR calls yesterday was. I don't know if we're gonna get a good entry opportunity today. I wouldn't really consider a pullback to 265 a good opportunity. Maybe if you're gonna get a little bit of theta, but I'd be really careful with weeklies given that they're profit taking right now. I actually way over leveraged zero GTs by accident, but I made 500 bucks on like 2 ticks, so that was cool. I don't buy weeklies. I'm not poor. Okay, fine. If you're looking at some theta, there could be an opportunity. But this is a very overextended run. I'll probably try a reentry of FSLR market open Tuesday. I wonder if I want to add anything. I really got fucking cocked with how fast it moved up, because all of my positioning was down at like 220, so I didn't gonna make any money off of the fucking gamma, which would have been nice, given how fast it ran. I mean, I don't really have any room to complain, but still, I want to. By far the biggest run in FSLR history. Better yet, we even got like a fucking awesome entry opportunity on Monday. Did FSLR start off because of new taxes on Chinese solar panels? Yeah, I think so. Does the beat fundamental thesis still stand, or are you fully done with it? I'm not fully done with it. I still like the company. I'm just not going to buy it at these prices. Well, now we get a breakdown at a loss of 52.95 instead of 92. So that's moving up a little bit. Charm's getting a little tighter. It's what, 12 o'clock now? Yeah, there's still a chance the back half of today is not super bullish. $52.88. Failed the test at 75. That's not very interesting. Tops still got no volume. Fubo's not doing anything. Ugh, Jamie looks terrible. Upstart's finding some support at like 2250, which is kind of interesting. They're low. Curious. I wonder if that's a good entry. Seems like it shouldn't be. Google's starting to look kind of weak here. Did the Amazon guy finally make some money? Yeah, tech is kind of topping out a bit. Where's Apple? That worked out. FSLR is distributing out on profit taking a little bit. What are the chances of not super bullish means we fall to 52.70, 32.75, asking for a friend. 52.75? It's not impossible. I'd be more worried about 5300 and 5290, but is it weird to think when you started this, you traded SPY for way less than you do on SPX every day? I don't think I traded less quantity. I also traded a lot more equities back then. Also, when I started this, they didn't have SPX trading on WeBull. Do you think the entity selling calls above 5320 is the same entity that blows up from 10-year over 5%? Or i.e. they're flipping short? I mean, short vol is flipping short. Like, well, they're betting on the downside, right? They've been selling calls far more heavily than puts. Is the GoEV thesis posted somewhere? No. Can you summarize? Is it a buy and hold? Basically. Are you waiting for something? Yeah. I think a lot of shorts got stuck underwater on the reverse split, and they're gonna have to eventually cover. But that can take a long time. It also requires that the company itself continues to outperform expectations. could they net off GoEV? Yeah, sure. But either way, if they pull out their shorts, the stock's gonna go up, right? GoEV's leaving a little downside gap here. 2 5-year next week. What a 69.70 Billy. Oh, that's not bad. Those are decent size auctions. Big boys. Price target's a good entry for GoEV. I don't know. I've been selling $2 and 250 CSPs because the yields are ridiculous. Fucking yield curve reinverting. You know what's happening there? The dollar is getting fucking hammered by the euro. And the pound, which is weird because Great British retail sales were way the fuck down. And German GDP was, I guess, a little up, but still pretty mediocre year over year. Oh, the actual fuck. How many times is this gonna squeeze? Is BNet dead, or will next week get spicy? I don't know. It's still at 61 cents. It's not coming down, right? It's down over yesterday's close, but we've still traded all of today higher than yesterday's low. Hmm. Yeah, SPX is pushing up a little bit. Let me check out positioning here. Buying. So still resistance at 15. Short calls at 2025. 30. This could get squeezed. How's momentum on SPX looking? Pretty flat. We could get another retest of the like 53.10 or maybe 12, but it's probably gonna take a while if we do. Yeah, momentum's shitty, kind of grindy. It's not a ton of price action to play here unless we get like a big chunk of profit taking like we did earlier. But that's going to require more sold calls come in. And we're probably still about an hour or two for Charm catching up with Spot. Call volume and SKQQ looking kind of high, at least for what I know. Just some September 12 for what seems quite cheap. Interesting. $12.16 right now. Oh, these strikes were opened yesterday, huh? On FSLR. Interesting. So my break even's 171. That's not too far out of the question. Is that 271 by expiration? No. Hmm. Still holding pretty strong. UPM options IV is going off the chain. This would be a good time for indexes to drop. I don't understand how bulls stop a negative $6 candle. They buy the in the money call. Looks like this is going to test somewhere and then just start to bleed again. You'd think we'd get the double top or the reversal test at what was that, 53? 5309.96. Did we get that there? 5309.25. So still a lower high. GameStop Whole Foods merger. Call volume on SQQ. Go back to the black screen. Make yourself larger. Steer down the camera. Why not close the week 5320? I don't think we have a very clear path to that right now. There's a lot of resistance at 5315. And there's a lot of sold calls 20 and higher. What if GME does indeed merge with the most shorted stocks in the market? What do you mean? I'm stringing random words together to get a reaction. Okay. I see. It's a dick move. I like it. So they're just gonna let VIX pop to 13, then grind it into the dirt to 12, and repeat for the next 3 months. I'm okay with that. No big downs until FOMC June. I mean, from a technical perspective, we tested the gap and bounced, which isn't exactly bullish. There's a very high chance that we retest the gap at like 46. And gamma neutral is getting really close to spot, so it's possible that we see downside before the FOMC meeting. We also have PCE coming up. Okay, stop this run by buying FSLR calls right here and ensure that weekly calls sell off. I saw Wall Street Bets is in on it now, and I don't want anyone to profit. Well, at least we know who's buying all the 0DTs. Baba's moving a bit. Baba got rejected hard off of the Gamma Max test. It is performing well recently, but very, very far from turning bullish. Oop, are we almost testing? Still short. Dow's falling back a bit, and tech is topping out. Vol's starting to pick up a little bit. I'm still not seeing like a ton of sold calls. Like they're trickling in, but it's not super aggressive. And mostly in line with just the call buying. No, I don't see a lot of upside in this. Like it seems like we've really run into quite a lot of resistance. But I'm not sure that we could drop with enough momentum at this point for them not to just catch the knife. Interestingly, there are still a lot of puts at 52.90. And whether they're short or long, if they get pulled back, it could be bearish. bought to close or sold to open, either way. Will the new platform have something to indicate if calls are being bought or sold? So something possibly. Yeah, there's something we're working on. It's not going to be available immediately, though. It's still very much in the testing phase. And then, I mean, it still has to be interpreted, right? You can there is no bought or sold indicator that is not open to interpretation. But we have some ideas. So is this FSLR 275C taking profit? Hopefully we just get a cascade of profit taking on the 0DT side, and I can exit my fucking puts already. Because they were clearly a terrible choice. What's happening with GoEV? Literally fucking nothing for like 2 weeks. Yet, for some reason, people keep asking me about it every day. I have leaps and CSPs on it. CSPs have insanely high yields, but they also carry a bunch of risk. I didn't blacklist you. I just need to know if I need to change my name again. You got a suggestion on some cheap knife set? Or at least what to look for when buying one? So the first thing I'll tell you is don't buy a set of knives. They all suck. Go on like Corin's website or Chef Knives to Go. Find a chef's knife or Giotto. A utility knife. And that's it. That's all you need. All of the like knife blocks, like Henkel, even if you get the high end ones, like Henkel or Wusthof, they kind of suck. They're usually like soft, cheaper steel. They're good for like a commercial kitchen environment, but you don't want to sharpen your knives once a week. No, not VG10. It's too hard to sharpen for a beginner. Carbon steel, if you can take care of it. If not, uh, probably something like molybdenum or something. Molybdenum. Like 58 to 60 hardness. I don't like Tujiro very much. You can get better knives for less money. Nope, don't get a sharpening steel. Not for any Japanese knife, ever. Can you show us your favorite knife? The next time you go into the kitchen, I have way too many. I have a problem. I don't even use them all. No, not Global or Shun. Those suck too, they chip. Chef Knives to Go has their brand Artifacts BDN 1 210mm right now for 55. Good starter knife. They actually have an Aogami Super Steel Blue Giotto. It's like 270mm. That's like $80, and it's actually my favorite fucking knife. It's a cheap piece of shit, but it's like really good steel, and it's got great balance. It's got a shitty handle, but you could replace that. But for like $80, it's arguably one of the best knives I have, and that's against knives that cost like $700-800. I've never used Kikuchi. I hate Global because if they get wet, they're slippery as fuck. And they chip. So does Sean. And they're just expensive for what they are. I mean, they're not great knives. Did you get into knives through anime? No, I like to cook. I cook a lot. Obviously, right? The Bob Kramer one's pretty good. My buddy has one of those. But I have a buddy who runs like a sharpening business. And like all the knives he gets are just chipped shuns. He's constantly repairing them. Everyone gets them as like a fucking wedding present. Shuns, globals, and what is it, Miyabi? And they're just always chipped. I mean, partially it's people don't know how to take care of them, but they're also just really thin and very hard. And they don't have like a good core layer, so they're really prone to chipping. Do you sometimes pretend you're a samurai and chop fruit in the air? I'm not gonna say I've never done that. The OG Bob Kramers are great, but the mass-produced ones are kind of meh. Todd Cutler here on YouTube makes and sells medieval style knives based on historical artifacts that are pretty fantastic. Hefty but well balanced. Needs oiling, so they're carbon steel. I don't know if you'd want to use a medieval historic artifact knife in your kitchen. Kershaw will sharpen shuns for free. Your buddy's a genius. They won't fix chips though. They used to. They used to fix them a long time ago, but nowadays they don't anymore. They'll tell you they'll have you buy a new knife. Sometimes they'll give you like a gift card, but and for the price, they're just not that good of a knife. Why the fuck am I searching chef's knives on Google? Cause Chad, I assume. Hey, my FSLR puts are green. Look at me. Oh, they're red again. Why would you bounce off Gamma Max, you piece of shit? Fuck you. You missed your sell window, Gherkin. It was a quarter second long. I gotta wait for all the other puts to take profits. Excellent. I'm just gonna fucking stop at 50 cents. Okay. That contract might have been a bit of liquid. Ooh, Netflix bear time? Hmm. Now you know how it feels. What? Hop 40 might not be a terrible starter knife if you don't do stuff that chips it. They're so hard. It's so hard to sharpen the powder steels, though. Hmm. If seller puts are green because I waited, you need a better entry, Greg. Don't hit me, I'm being sarcastic. Hey Greg, I've been out of the loop due to work for the last couple of months. Are there any highlights I missed? Hoping to be back to watching and trading mid-August. Thanks, and I miss you all. No, not much. I mean, inflation's still rising, right? The Fed's still doing nothing about it. So, a lot of up and very little down, but within a fairly tight range over the last month or so. Netflix puts? Not if I have anything to say about it. What's the name of your favorite knife again? Good question. I have a few favorites. Are you talking about the cheap one? I don't remember the name of it, but I could find it. I have like a couple custom Masimotos that are probably my favorite knives. And some Mizuno 10 Tenrenjo slap chop. You have to sharpen it once a year if you're using it as a mallet. I feel like most beginning sharpeners could not sharpen a powder steel knife properly. Is it normal to feel bad shorts by FSLR? It was so good to me this week. I mean, it's still in a very good position. It just sold off a little bit on the weeklies. Why the fuck is the SPX so calm after that print going into a long weekend? Well, we're still pretty far from close. But bulls have got the SPX back to a position where it's at least kind of stabilized. Gamma Max is right there where that yellow orange line is on the chart. No, I don't give them pet names. We're probably going to trade 53 to 53.10 for the rest of the day. Not necessarily. We could definitely lose 5,300 before the end of the day. Maybe long before the end of the day. A lot of the calls are out of the money, and deltas are gonna go to zero. So the MM's kind of dumping delta against the flows, which isn't very bullish. And it's the Friday expiry too, so it's a little more stacked. I don't like VG10. Oh, the one that I said was my favorite. I can find it for you. What the fuck is it? I think this is it. No. I wonder if they still sell it. Oh, here it is. They're sold out of it right now, but you could look up the knife other places. There. I'll just put the link in chat. FSLR profit taking almost done. Not necessarily. We could see profit taking on the 70 strike too. Yeah, the Masonos are really good. Is there any downside momentum building? Slowly, but very slowly. We're kind of destabilizing a bit at these levels as charm kind of degrades the delta hedge that the market maker is carrying. So, I mean, over the next like hour or so, as we approach like 2:30, it's gonna get harder and harder for the for like bullish positions to hold this range. BNet doesn't care unless it falls under 0.5. Yeah, basically. Thoughts on the quick drop on ZOM. Is TA any use? Is TA any use on it in this market? You shouldn't be using TA to try to predict price action. You should be using TA to manage risk. TA doesn't, I mean, TA really, based on probability, does not tell you where the price of something is going to go.
Hmm. Mm. IWM looks pretty bearish. Apple's running into resistance at 190, so maybe accumulating short puts there, or short calls. Tech is starting to fail. Volume spiked hella hard. Yeah. On what? Yes? Mm. Yeah, this sell-off here is probably going to be stronger. We still haven't broken through that reversal level. Maybe Friday's not for the Bears or Bulls. It's for the vol shorts. I mean, this is like the middle of the short strangle, so yeah. Hitachi Blue is such good stuff. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's definitely one of my favorite knife steals. He left another gap there, but I'm not sure that leads to a bounce. What about Hitachi Wands? Same company. Getting nerds and their wives off for decades. Nvidia touched 1050 on that and sold off hard. Good. 5298 SPX still confirmation. Yeah. Bunch of Delta fell off on that too. It's a good move. Could push momentum. Future still needs to drop like $3 more though. Is anyone advocating for shorter trading days? I feel like a lot of this could be settled in 30 minutes or less. No. No one wants that. Recommendations for a pillow like EM Firm, but I hate the memory foam ones. Everyone I get lasts a month. Sorry, I got a new apartment, so I'm on a spending spree. Um, there's a company called Frankenmuth, and they make wool pillows, and they're fucking amazing. They're not cheap. They're like $100 a pillow or something, but they're worth it. Also, wool comforters are dope. Also good if you're allergic to down. I'm really hoping VIX gets away from shorts control here. I don't think that MM gives a shit. Wouldn't a wool pillow retain a lot of heat? No, no, they're actually really breathable. It's like wool batting, so their temperature regulation's pretty good. They also don't get like musty or like anything like that. My allergist recommended them, and so I picked up a couple, and they've been awesome. I don't know what kind of sheep the wool comes from. I'm allergic to down. Yeah, I mean that's why I got them, because down pillows bother me. Thoughts on Nvidia price action pre-stock split? It'll probably run, but not if indexes are trending down. Post split will be bad because all of the leap chain and stuff's gonna go bye bye. So you're gonna get a massive drop in total OI. That happened. That happened when Tesla split and the last time Nvidia split too. I'm going to Frankenmuth in September. Want me to grab you some sheep? No, I'm alright. Thanks though. Are bulls allergic to downs? Stupid. The longer FSLR stays at GM, the more likely it is to break up or down. Stop asking me whether you should buy puts or calls. It's 0 DTs. Who the fuck knows? If it falls back below GM, the MM's gonna start dumping more delta. Stopped out of most of my FSLR on that drop, but I still have some June sup calls open. I know I have enough to be debt free. Once again, thanks to the info and for helping us regards learn. Oh, and thanks to the guy who talked about shorting FSLR on the Sunday stream. Thank you so much, Tired Nurse. Congratulations. That's fucking awesome. I'm glad it's going well for you. Is a wool pillow good for side sleepers? I sleep on my side. I haven't had a problem with it. Do I need to start a YouTube channel about pillows? Because this is clearly what people want to know about. Yes. Would market go up? We went up today. A little bit. Pillows and J knives. Just household goods with Gherk. I'll just do unboxings of various overpriced household items. Instead of like shit from Amazon, I'll just buy expensive stuff. Will you be in a bikini for these unboxings? No. I mean, you think that'd work? Is a wool pillow the only safe way to catch a falling knife? Please no. The bikini or the household goods channel? Becoming a true influencer? Better results of the banana hammock. Oh, I have one of those. It's neon yellow. Thanks, Paradoxal. Lord knows you've had one too many ice cream slammies for bikini to be a good idea. I haven't had an ice cream sandwich in months. Like Borat? Kind of. It's more form fitting. You should just do a review channel. Knives, pillows, food, etc. That's just me shitting on things. Ew. I do that for free. Gherkin a Speedo with Marquess Brownlee doing a review for a wool pillow complete with Bluetooth. For some reason, sounds dreamy. I don't know who that is. But why would you have Bluetooth in your pillow? Do you have plans for Monday? No. I don't even know what to do with myself. I'll have to figure it out. Those 5300s are sold. Source, trust me, bro. They've been sold for a month, dork. He does a ton of tech reviews. Oh, okay. I've been eyeing some August puts. Too soon? Data dependent, which is risky. When will you give us a decent pickles pick? I bought FSLR at 280, but it was a pickles pick when it was at 195. Then I bought puts at the 270 and it bounced. McChuggets, you really got to work on your entries. Sunday stream won't be on Monday. Ooh, yeah, I'll do that. That's better. When you say resistance, what mean? A level that is difficult to pass through to the upside. 5,300 puts or calls sold for a month. The puts and the calls. Both. They're just both sold. What about the hot girl you were with last week? Maybe take her out to seafood dinner. I don't know what you're talking about. That person who said they saw me in the village is a liar. Are you hedging your FSLR September calls over the long weekend? No. I've scaled out a fair amount of stuff, but I'm nervous because I really don't know the stock well. Oh, okay. How much have you scaled out? I want to be gone on Sunday. Nice. Well, that ruins my plans for bugging you all day. Huh. I was too scared to enter FSLR when it was at 190. Too nervous I'd make profits, and then my wife would start to expect more from me. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want that. That'd be a pain. I put 3,000 into FSLR. I took out 10K. I have 17K left. Okay. I mean, it's up to you how much you want to scale out. I scaled out about, it's like 65% of my initial position. And then I have like 20 of the 200 that I'm gonna probably exercise, but I'm just gonna hold them for the time being. And then I'll probably sell off the rest of the 220s. Maybe I'll sell off the rest of the 220s by end of day today, and then I'll think about picking up some like 280s or something for July. I don't need that much theta anymore. It's moving too fast. Is 3% inflation the new 2%? No, no. The standard's gonna stay 2%. I mean, 3% inflation is the new inflation, right? That's just what we're 3.5, 4.4 annualized and non-seasonally adjusted. But that's kind of where we're chilling. That's our new normal. T+1 settlement for equities starts next Tuesday. Guess what? No one cares. It doesn't make a difference. It's not T0. If it was T0, it might have an impact. Also, it doesn't change any of the like ways to kick obligations down the road, right? Like T35's intact. No one gives a shit about T+1 changing. It might increase like volatility around options a bit, but probably not that much. Tim, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club at the end of the stream, man. Don't all of our calculations that use T2 change to T1? Yeah, but that's the only change. Like, ETFs are still T5. That's not changing. I might trade more stocks again because settlement's more favorable. I think I'm gonna sell my QQQ here. Like all of it. Can you play the BNED song for rejoining? What? No, I already... No. BNED's not up. It's under 60... You can't just play the song willy-nilly. It has a purpose, a meaning, a use. You're long QQQ? Yeah, I have like 20k shares. You mentioned a new song in your highlight you gave me. Is it good? Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's not a brick and mortar store. They don't have free Wi-Fi. Even though they carry a lot of debt, for me it was a buy. It was oversold and now it's a MOASS of sorts. Their book prices screw college kids. Now it's time to screw the shorts. I discovered BNET. I was the first to go long. It used to be a secret stock, but the profits were too strong. Now everyone's talking like this is another GME. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNET OG. I did the DD and placed my bid before you got out of bed. Y'all can ghost my plays, but you were sleeping on BNET. So chase it while it's running and get ready to pop some corks.
Oh my fucking god, here's a BNED song? Yeah.
I discovered BNET. I was the first to go long. It used to be a secret stock, but the profits were too strong. Now everyone is talking like this is another GME. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNET OG. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNET OG. I bought it before it was cool. I'm a BNET OG.
No cap. Do you need another girlfriend? My wife was looking for a successful day trader. So it's a margin position and it's hedged, right? So it's just on portfolio margin. You can get quite a lot of leverage that way. But the returns are not as fantastic as they sound. I think I'm up like 7% on it. Roughly. You think the Bulls managed to squeeze out the sold calls over 53.20, or are we finally near the end? In general, I mean. Things are getting progressively worse. Your charts have clearly stopped updating. No, believe it or not, they're still alive. I really want to short Google, and I know it's a bad idea, but I want to do it anyway. Can't wait to be streaming in the future when we just keep going up. Inflation's 15%. GDP is being recalculated to make it look good. GDP just becomes a pure measure of government spending. Oh, wait, that already happened. I like the shorting Netflix idea better. They're both tempting. Netflix just increased another 11%. Next earnings is going to be juicy. Maybe. Just never forget when Bill Ackman lost $1 billion and then sold the bottom. Netflix content is trash. It's not very good. You're not wrong. End of day NQ 18750. That'd be fucking awesome. I could see that. Maybe 18.8. 18.8 seems more likely. What are the odds at 5K end of day? So the put side of my straddle prance 5K end of day? Very low. Fed fund futures are now pricing in one rate cut for 2024. %44% of the S&P is over its 20-day moving average, and we're up. Skew's still doing weird shit. Bond vol's increasing. Yeah, the yield curve's still inverting today, and forward yield on vol isn't shifting much. Correlation's turning around a little bit. The biggest loser today is the dollar. It was ridiculous, but is Bina dead? No, it's just in limbo. We're getting a bit of a handle on it. But I don't think that there are enough shares for them to get out. So this is like the shit that's going on with BNED is probably going to persist until the offering. What did I miss? Do you have the Greeks on end phase? Yeah. Gamma max is 127.30. Gamma neutral is 117. Delta's 115. Vega's 109. I'm right here. Yeah, see, BNED's in chat. He's not dead. Reviewers lack creativity, and I need them to step up the entertainment value of this stream. I see. Is Netflix gonna completely collapse like it did 2 years ago? Probably not. I mean, their ad-supported streaming's been doing quite well. Oh, goody. More pointless bounces. Except the Louvre, of course. How do you prepare your steak? I'm assuming reverse sear. If I don't have a lot of time, or sous vide. There's actually a method for cooking steaks that I've been doing more often because it's just faster over the last couple of months. And basically you get the pan like piping hot, right? Put oil in and like garlic and thyme or whatever. Butter time. And then you put the steak in, you sear both sides, and then you drop the heat to like medium low, and just leave it there until it's like 125, 130. It works. You actually get like a better outer ring than you do when you reverse sear. You flip it like after 7 minutes. Yeah, it comes out pretty good. Abandoned ship for kill. Thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Does that help extract liquidity from your meat? No, but making steak dinner for people does.
When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon, man. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying
G?
and we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trade this popcorn cold when the Citadel.
I don't know. Some like avocado oil or just butter. The garlic doesn't turn bitter. You put in whole cloves. Straight up butter or clarified? Just straight butter. I'm not gonna use ghee to cook steaks. We use clarified butter a lot for sauteing. Yeah, well, I'm not in a kitchen, nor am I presenting anyone food. Generally. Are they just shorting 5,300 to keep us here? They're buying the 5,300 call. Not very much right now, but they were. Oh no, brown little bits of butter grow up. And if you get good butter, you don't get too many brown bits anyway. Oh, that's a good idea, make and bake. I usually add the butter after I drop the temp, but you don't wrap your steaks in gold foil like Salt Bay? No. How else are you gonna drive up gold price? I haven't bought any gold yet, so I don't have to worry about it. This consolidation starting to look more and more like a reversal. This is gonna take all fucking day though. Reversal down? Yeah. Did you sell your FSLR puts so we can go to 300? Yeah, I finally got out of them. Reversal of the move up. This. Were you not here this morning? No, charm's not negative yet. Inching closer and closer, though. We need the next FSLR play. Fucking ridiculous. FSLR is still the current FSLR play. Fucking stocks up 50% this week. Do you have 30 C's? 300 C's? No, I don't. I might buy some today though. 280s or 300s. I have 200s and 220s. Is it impossible for STX to actually go down any substantial amount? That's not impossible. They just don't want it to because Delta would flip negative and everything would sell off into the puts they've been selling all morning. Don't want shares, but I think ZOM and oil will move up. Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm long oil. I have a decent amount of exposure to it. I'm technically long ZOM. I just have a bunch of in the money covered calls out right now. Which hopefully I'll get a really good opportunity to buy back here. You're welcome, Lawrence. He was doubting me. Why not a bull flag from last night's drop? Well, because we didn't get a new high. Also, bull flags don't really exist on those time frames. They're a shorter time frame pattern, but we have a lower high. Substantially. We didn't even get a reversal, right? A reversal would have been at 53.25. That would have been like the test of the reversal from the drop. So what we're getting is a continuation pattern to the downside. If you want to get into the technicals of the move here, it's not bullish. We would have needed a substantially higher high here, right? Here. Right, so this is like a failure. Now we could find support higher and then test again. Right? That would be bullish. This is not though. At least not on the longer time frames. So if we test like 85, find support and reverse back above 5300, that's pretty bullish for like a move to 25 or 40. No, not 5,200 end of day. I would say maybe like 290, but 95 and 300 are going to be hard to break. I'm surprised Zomp dropped this much in a week and regret not selling more CCs, but I do plan on buying some back today or Monday. I might trim a little. The CCs I sold are finally up substantially, so I think I'll wait for like 212 and then trim like 50% of them and then leave the rest out as a hedge. If SPX loses like 5250 though, I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna sell more of them. I don't care what oil's doing at that point. I think maybe the July 280, and then I might pick up some September 300s. I really want to wait for an actual pullback. Like yesterday, we got a little bit of one, but it wasn't significant enough. And with how hard it's run already, like entering those positions now is a little bit greedy. So what I might do is like cashless exercise the rest of the 200s. Oh well, like 20 of the 200s, and then I'll sell the in the money 250, and then I'll use the credit from that to buy like the 280 300, and then maybe I'll just keep the 220s for now. I don't know. I gotta think about it. Just remember to trim during business hours, like Pterodactyl tells you to. Exactly. I wonder how. Hmm. I would be surprised if it closed below like 5285. I think that's a bit of a stretch. There's still puts to the downside, but there's enough support at like 5300, 5295 that it doesn't seem unreasonable. Even if we get below like 5290, we might bounce back into those calls. Are in the money CC on Oxy worth it? Good luck finding liquidity. You're probably gonna get fucked on the spread. I sold some at 65 around the same time that I sold them on Zom. And I could only get filled on like 6 of them before the spread just got completely blown out. Where do you think SPX finishes today? 5,300 is the most likely price. By a lot. I think that MM would be very happy with that. But we're going into a long weekend. Vol's rising a little bit into the end of the day. Charm could turn negative. So I mean, there's still like a lot of potential for this to fail, regardless of where the MM wants to close. See lower high on FSLR. Interesting. Where does charm turn negative? It's not like a specific price. I mean, it is, but it's not. It's just like a factor of time as we move closer to expiration. The rate of decay increases. And if that rate of decay is negative for the dealer's delta, then the dealer's going to be dumping delta, right? Gonk, gonk, gonk. My Carvana put is green by like 5 cents. Dark by summer 2025. That call is going to be only like $40 out of the money. Or $20 in the money, right? Exactly. I have a short TLT position. If not, what are you looking for to enter? I wasn't looking for anything. I might add to it, like around PC. My current short position on TLT is because Poopy Pants was like, oh, we broke 92.50, Gherk. And I was like, all right, I'm going to short TLT. This is just spite shorting, really. Is Jamie Dimon the only honest person in the market anymore? Maybe. He has nothing to lose. I wish he was the Fed chair. No, you don't. How much theta, if you don't mind sharing? I'm thinking of July. For what? TLT 2025? Do you have to listen to a strong first before putting it on the stream? I have to do more than that. I have to. Why? What does it mean to price in or price out rate cuts? It's the Fed Fund future projection for rates. Or what swap lines are estimating. Yeah, I know we're pricing in one and the market hasn't moved down at all. But yields have moved up and financial conditions have gotten tighter. It's just that equities haven't gone down. Well, not substantially. Do you think JPOW could beat up Jamie D in a fistfight? Absolutely not. I don't have any data on NVO. So I have no idea. I feel like we should, but we don't. Beautiful sandy beach in the Maldives. Dork enjoying a delicious painkiller. He owns the Maldives after his Carvana 20p's print. Jfresh is y'all's butler. Jfresh would be a terrible butler. He's obstinate in nature. You want to hire people pleasers. That's what makes it fun. But also pointless. He doesn't want to do it. I mean, he just won't. 5260p. But I'm not sure if I should get calls. Yeah. We're in the upper range before the next meeting. I mean, possibly for now, but we're close enough to the short calls that there's always a risk that something happens and they squeeze them, which would move us very far out of this range. In the beginning, did you slide into Dork and Jfresh's DMs, or did they slide into yours? It's a good question. Dork slid into mine. I can't even go all the way back to when me and Jfresh's DMs started. I have no fucking clue. I think he messaged me about something. He asked, like, he first started talking to me on Reddit. All of our Reddit DMs were deleted by Reddit. Yeah, that's where it didn't start in the Discord. Two BOJ speeches Sunday. Yeah, that'll actually be interesting because they their headline inflation moved up a bit. So it's a bit closer to their target, which puts the potential for them cutting rates back on the table again. Is today just boring? Well, I mean, this morning was awesome, but now, yes, very. I think we started talking like September 2021. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was prior to August, so it had to have been like like June or July. Because remember the biscuits before the August OPEX? Yeah. Fuck, right? SPX is the same one that got us up here. They got out before the last pullback. I'd be surprised if we squeeze out the sold calls over 53.20, but I'm still afraid. Peace in the Ukraine could be spun to pump easily. If we get peace in the Ukraine, EPAM's going to 500 and I'm going to make a fortune. I wasn't a quant. Yeah, you were. Wait, were you not a quant for the biscuits? Were you post? You were post biscuit. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't think you know what? I don't think you were on the quant team until it was like yeah, it was like Jan 22 around there. I actually think like I brought you in when right after like that weird Jan 6 overnight run, and me and you spent like 9 hours in DMs trying to figure out what the fuck happened. Is that on the table? Probably not. The Bobby Jimmy swap. I love how all of the new super stock DD that comes out is just reiterations of my DD. Like over and over and over again. They're all just the same, yeah. Of course. Did you see the groundbreaking XRT DD yesterday? No, I don't read that shit. It's one paragraph in and it's wrong. None of them understand how it works. Somehow, even though it's been explained to them in great detail. Another lower high. I'm not sure if it's bearish or just super bearish. What if it's just slightly lower highs all the way until the end of the day, and then we rip to 5320? Can you tell Atomic to stop making fun of me? Where? Where did he do that? Was it in private or publicly? In your DMs? My favorite recent SSDD was the one where they thought they found leaps expiring mid-year to create this recent run. Yeah, I heard about the May leaps, which isn't a leap contract. Actually, that guy came on the Discord and he was like, "Hey man, did you read my DD?" And I was like, "Well, it's wrong." I'm taking some time to research mid-cap longs to possibly jump into this weekend. Any that you're looking at recently? Mid-cap? I mean, FSLR. I've that was that was pretty quick. I bought I bought some pretty large positions on end phase recently. Hmm. What else have I gotten into? Uh like earlier this month I went long Calmane or Calm. CALMN. M. That was a pretty recent one to my like dividend port. Did I buy anything else this month? Hey, we broke out, Jorg. This is the end game. Bulls did a thing. Yeah, but it's like a shitty thing. I'm gonna dig into the financial of hymns. I know they sell hair growth and dick pills, so I think it could end up being relatively profitable. Yeah, maybe, but they might just be super overpriced. Um, I think that might be all I bought this month. Oh, no. I bought PDD, but not a lot. It's only like 500 shares. Is it time for meta puts? Maybe soon. They started selling GLP-1 massively discounted. Yeah, I know what it is. They gapped us over the 5307.90 wall. Yeah, there was a little spike in buying there. I don't think it's gonna persist necessarily. We're still short of the intraday high, quite a bit. And weak breakouts are more bearish than consolidating chop. Head and shoulders? Eh. No. Not really. FSLR just keep floating up with all these strikes going in the money. Pretty much, yeah. There's a shitload of 0 DTEs on it. A bunch of them sold off earlier, so it's not going to be as strong as it was this morning, but there's still longer dated positions. And 70's not the strongest level, but it is supportive. Looking for Vega puts out in October. Can you give me any thoughts on 3.6 Vega, or do I need more in the 4.5 to 5 range? I mean, it's just your multiplier on IV. So the more Vega you have, the more sensitive to changes in IV the contract is going to be. Also, something with higher Vega will pick up more Vega faster if it gets closer to the money. So it depends on how big of like a move you're targeting, you know, because say you're assuming 5% downside and like similar to the prior correction, right? VIX goes up like $5-6. 3-month VIX goes up like $3. You know, you're looking at like a downside range around 5,000, right? And so you can look at what the Vega on your contract would be at that level and then kind of factor in your vol and try to figure out your pricing. But the less Vega you have, the bigger move in price and vol you're gonna need. How much weight do big boys put into signals? Like barely closing above 52.64 yesterday and getting a new intraday high here. Not a ton. You have I mean you have traders, right? You have systematic traders and they use TA, so there's some, but not I wouldn't say it's a huge amount of flows. It's probably representative of some portion of what's going on in the market at any given point, but I don't think it's a large portion. Yeah, I mean, most institutional options positions are hedges. Like the vast majority of them, right? They use TA as a risk tool. I'm looking for Vega puts I can hold through a bounce after a 10% correction, waiting for a market crash that I can blame you for not exiting. Help. Do you think Tesla could break over the 180 mark? Yeah, it could. Tesla has some decent call side interest. Like 180 to 185. It kind of peters out there. However, to the downside on Tesla, a break of like 170 250 is very bearish. So it could, if you're asking if it can like continue to run off today, it could. But that's probably index dependent. Using TA for exiting and entering positions is for pores. I mean, you can use TA to choose your entries, but I mean it's also ultimately risk management that determines how profitable you are, right? I think these 2 p.m. GME pumps I miss every day is just to get people excited to make vol high so they can sell more $20 calls. That seems to be what's been happening. Yeah. Charm favored the bulls here over 5305. Not substantially. Like, it doesn't really change anything. There's not a ton of call interest at 5305. Or put interest. It's just not like that big of a strike. Do you see sub 5300 possible? I mean, it's possible. I don't know if we'll get it. The most likely close, which I said earlier, is 5300. I hope Charmadillo eats the bulls. Not if they can run away from him. Fade the top on NVIDIA. Risky. It's a very dangerous game. It's the only thing keeping the market afloat right now. Hmm. I'm gonna wait to hedge all the OI on Tesla. It's not a ton of OI. For a clean break or 180 or after hours. What? If Tesla breaks 180, it can keep moving. I mean, there's more interest at like 82.50, 85. They're not gonna not hedge options that go in the money, if that's what you're asking. Not on a chain like that. Or what is the volume on BNet like? Still 10 million below the 30-day average. I mean 10 million above? It's like 15 million right now. I have no idea what to do with my FSLR. I'm deep in the money. I only have 2 contracts for September. I might sell and buy some July contracts for 1/3 the cost, or double my position and lose it all. So you're saying that you could close contracts but maintain exposure at a cheaper price? I have no idea what to do with my FSLR. I'm deep in the money, and I only have 2 contracts for September. Oh, I already read that. Play now. This anemic volume is crazy. It's Friday. Jimmy fight for 1875. I don't know. It just doesn't. I don't think it matters. Like this is just clearing, right? They're just churning volume and clearing their shit out. If it breaks 20, it could test 22. That's about it. Interesting. That's kind of cheap. Ooh. Carvana's under 110. Hmm. Kenny, if you're reading my comments, slam this to 5,300 real quick for the memes. I know, DJ. I know. Hmm. $56 days. Really like 119 days. So $20. $20 a leg. Sell the 110. So that's $2. Sell the 115. I need 100. Sell the 115. Max loss is 1,000. Break even's at 80. I'm gonna do the 110, 100. Break even at 91. $300 debit. Ooh. $15 debit. Oh, I like that. Nice. You don't see all the sold calls picking up anywhere. You don't see any sold calls picking up anywhere on Jimmy, do you? All the calls. The borrow rate going up is interesting. It means that they're starting to hit the they're starting to hit the primary source of short liquidity, right? Which is as we know, the riskiest and the last resort for shorts, right? So if borrow rate continues to increase, that could be very bullish if the price stays above 50 cents. More downs coming on SPX or just chop. We'll see. I mean, we're closer to charm turning negative here as we get closer to the end of the day, and the lower price only puts us even closer to that happening. We're not there yet. Things are still stabilized, but it's significantly closer to spot than it was at the top of this bounce. Sorry, puts. So there were a lot of sold puts on Jimmy, but they've been dropping like crazy. I think sold put Delta went from like 90 like a few days ago down to like 18 or something now. It's still positive, but it's been dropping really fast. That's the danger with this game. The harder you push, the tighter the channel gets. Now Dork. We've talked about this. My bad. Tight butthole. There we go. Gork, I tried. I couldn't do it. I don't have the man bits. Needed to sell GME $20 calls. Why would you want to sell GME $20 calls? They're out of the money now. Lame. Imagine selling calls on GME out of the money, dork. The last of the calls I sold on GME expired today. Imagine GME. No, don't ask me if I bought GME. They're bare ass naked calls. Imagine SPX going sub 5300 while I have a 5300p. Seems impossible. I think these 5275s were the best idea. Playing with profit though, fuck it. Playing with fire. I have puts, won't happen. Criminal. Did the super snackers ever find their MOASS? They held through it again. I've put the market in a tough spot. I have SPX puts, but I also have a meta call. Did you just ask me if you could short, like, you wanted to short meta? I should thank them for holding the bag for me. I had to sell to someone. You probably sold to Andrew Tate. He bought the top. Or Meet Kevin. Or who was that other guy? You got Barstool Sports. They all bought the top. You should thank them on Twitter for their exit liquidity. Oh, 140, 150 is probably a way more reasonable price target. But I have 120s, 150s, and 200s. And Enphase is, I mean, they're a worse company and they're more exposed to gallium, but they're also a way bigger company than FSLR. You mean Paperhand Portnoy? Yeah. Portnoy bought the top again? Yep. I think he bought like I don't know how much he bought, but he bought a bunch. You know, in what was it, 2022? Enphase was like 300 something dollars a share. And if their revenues pick back up again, it'll rocket. He bought like 250K at 30 or 40. Imagine buying long dated add the money SPX puts and forgetting about them, then looking back and realizing you have Vega puts now. Why are we talking about peace in the Ukraine? It's just like some bullshit in the news. It's not gonna happen. Everyone's gonna keep that fucking war going forever. How low can we drop? There's a lot of resistance at 95 and 5300. So we may not drop much lower than that. We might spike below it. Will probably mean revert back though, just because there's so much OI there. Especially on further expirations, which will matter more as we get to the end of the day. But vol's turning up. Dork, listen to me. Hear me out. Are you ready? What do you think of this? I just did. I put it right on your mouth. I wrote it on the screen. I can still breathe. I'll just put it in your DMs. We should write a song about it. No, this bounce is weak. Should be very weak. Where's the end of the day? All right, this is what I think we do. Fake news. We'll see. But that's so boring. Yep. Perfect. AJ's 5300p will expire out of the money. No, we'll just close it like we'll close it like 52 like 98 or 5302. Actually 5307. Straddling over the weekend regarded. I'll be honest, I don't like straddling at major strikes like this because you can get fucked over really bad. But it's usually okay. Over the weekend, it's usually okay. Intra week, I like it a bit less, but generally there's enough of a drop or spike in vol over the weekend that you can get away with it. Yeah, there's a B-Ned song. Long weekend. Yep. It is. It is a long weekend. Markets, US equity markets will be closed Monday, June 27th. I don't think one-day settlement's really going to affect anything very much. Due to crime? Yeah. Or is it May? It's May. Can you explain the BNED reverse split and whatnot if it's not too much trouble? Yeah, they're going to issue 900 million shares, and then they're going to split the stock 100 to 1. So for every 100 shares of BNED you own, you'll have one left. Holding over the weekend isn't worth the theta, in my opinion. I've had plenty of weekend straddles print. What if I only have one share of BNED? Then you'll have 1/100th of a share of BNED. Officially licensed, bonded, and insured in the state of Washington. I'm not currently trading, Just in time to build stuff during the upcoming Great Recession. Well done, Wabbeef. How you been? Can we lose 5,300 here or too stable? No, we could drop below 5,300. I just drew what I thought was going to happen for the rest of the day on the screen. No, they won't necessarily round it up. They might round it up. Can you keep your drawing on SPX? I have it right here. All right. I call it the fallopian. Who won this week's prediction? I don't think anybody. We all said it would go up yesterday. Yeah, we're all way the fuck off. We're not even on the, like, we're not even anywhere near the same level. Thanks, Wabbeef. Blow it out your ass options to you. God, Carvana is amazing? You mean in how big of a piece of shit it is? I entered some of my short position on it today. And all of the calls that I sold for the last 2 weeks on the money, out of the money. Actually, I mean, my prediction was pretty spot on until yesterday's high failed. So if PMIs had been muted, we probably, like me, Dork, and JFresh all would have been right. But we went up through the first part of the week. It was only yesterday that reversed things. Not bad. 4 days of accurate forecast. Just not good enough for you guys. $1 trading range rest of the day. I hope that one day we get famous enough to see breaking news. Illustrious member of the Secretive Pickle Financial releases new Carvana bear thesis. I fucking hate that stock. That's the best reason to short something, Dork. Anger. What's the DTE range on the Carvana play? I got July puts. I might get some Septembers too. You could have bought FSLR and then you would be rich like everyone else. Stop sucking. Wait, we're at the same price we opened the week. So you're saying you went long at the beginning of the week, but you're not going to financially recover from your calls that clearly were up for 3 straight days? FSLR up 50% in 4 days. Officially a meme stock. Chad. It's a Chad stock. I don't like this. I can't see the price. I'm just going to put it here. Or I'll bring it back at the end of the day and we can... Fucking mouse... Uh-oh. God damn. Son of a bitch. There. I know you're joking. I am too. More hatred than anger. Pure loathing. I want to eat something. What time is it? 2:50? I'm gonna get a snack. Ooh, I have a snack. I don't want to eat that snack though. Be right back. Alright. I have no food in my house. When does Fidelity auto close 0 DTs? I have no idea. Are you bullish on Bitcoin? Nope. I fucking hate Bitcoin. Ah. In observance of Memorial Day this Monday, May 27th, trading hours for future products are different than regular trading hours. Monday, May 27th, trading will halt at 1 p.m. and markets will reopen at 6 p.m. Mind swap, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you hooked up with the information you need after the stream. I shorted Carvana today. I'm in the short. I sold the July 120, bought the 110 100. You bullish on Litecoin? I'm not bullish on any of them. Where's the $80 knife? Ah, fuck. I dropped the link in the chat earlier. Hold on. Yeah, out here somewhere. No, that's the expensive one. No, this is it. It's not $80 anymore. That's $120 now, but I think still worth the price. Approximately what SPY price would you be looking to go long again? Like today? No, long term SPY. Where would I go long SPY? I mean, if we got another correction, maybe. But ideally, like, I don't know, definitely sub 450 at a minimum. And I'd much prefer sub 400. I'd feel comfortable with sub 400, more comfortable with sub 400. Predictions right on track. Can we break this? I don't know. Where did your drawing go? It's right here. The 4GT bear call around 5,300. They're up 51% right now. Do you think it'd be safe to hold them into open next week, or should I aim to TP today? I mean, there's a little risk, but for DTE data, let's see. So you got a Wednesday expiry or Tuesday? Two BOJ speeches over the weekend. That's not a big deal. Ooh, Chinese industrial profits, though. There could be a little upside risk. I don't think there's a ton, but I guess it would depend on how wide the spread is. Like, if it's like 5 wide, I mean, who cares? But 10 or 20 wide, that might be a little dangerous. What's a realistic price for FSLR to fall back to for a better entry for July calls? FSLR fall back? While that would be really nice, it's not showing any signs of retreating at all, right? If it did, fucking tough. Let me see. Maybe like 240. 240 or 250. 250 has got, yeah, probably the most interest, right? That's the largest strike. We're gonna have to fill this bullshit gap before we fail. Trust the drawing magic. Bulls are fighting pretty hard here. I mean, we could lose 52.95. It's just not likely. Like, the chances of losing it are pretty small. Never mind. Giant sell-off. There's both gaps filled. Ooh, I'm gonna take profit on these QQQ positions. Nice. I've been holding those all fucking day. Keep going down or just bounce here? Might hit 92. So this part's tricky. If the bulls can't get support, this is going to fail really hard. Interesting. I was 53 cents off the low. Wow. We've gotten so bad at this, dork. Call time? It's like $4. Not yet, no. They have to regain 5,300. No problem, AJ. Your magic drawing made me another 150% today, so thanks. I'll be buying pizza and celebrating. Congratulations. When's it safe to short FSLR? You want Jim Cramer at your funeral? Your boy just booked a flight to Ohio. Why? My condolences. Family? Uh, you know, you don't have to associate with your family. It's a choice. What's up, Nuke? I was at 18K on the day, up negative 3K. Phew. What the fuck did you do to lose 18K on the day? I don't want to know. Don't tell me. Losing 18K in a day is not that hard. It's not, but you have to do some fairly degenerate shit to get yourself in that position. What? Over leveraging is degen behavior now? It always has been. Remember the day of 20k on 0 DTEs into close? Those were good times. I had to stop doing that shit on the stream because then people in the Discord are like, "Hey man, I lost 20k on 0 DTEs." I had no comment. Trash Dan. If VIX was over 16, possibly. I miss those 10-minute to expiry plays. Yeah, but they suck when fucking VIX is at 12. And everything on the market is just short strangled. It was way more fun when everything was long strangled. It's really low pressure with respectable returns. Yeah, that's not a bad position to manage. Can you put another leg down on the chart? I'm sorry, I already drew the line. How do I stop the chart from moving forward? There's gotta be a setting for that shit, right? Huh. Maybe there isn't. Jimmy doing some end of week volatility. Gross. You mean they're closing the $20 calls they spent all week selling? Yes, in 5k blocks. So bullish when the short vol's making money. Good job, Kenny. Did you get any Netflix puts? Not yet. I think I'm gonna be more patient on Netflix. I don't want to get fucking burned. And there's too many calls at 55 and 60, which I don't like. He said this is my last GME write-up. Till next week. Netflix does some crazy shit sometimes. There don't even need to be calls on it. It'll just fucking run $30 one day. I think this is how they bait retail back in and steal their money. Because when they start closing their short calls, retail starts buying the 20s thinking it's going to rip, right? And so they push the IV up and then stabilize the liquidity on the strike, which allows them to close out all their short calls at massive profits. So the price of the stock's just like going down, right? And then they're selling calls this whole time. And then they buy to close. Right? Wait for retail to fill the order book. Then they start buying to close again. Retail chases. Right? And then at the top, they just short the fucking calls again. And then retail loses all the money. Oh, look. Oh. NFT dividend win. I'm in this photo and I don't like it. Clip that. Well, that's how I sell my calls. I don't want everyone to know. Given current positioning, how are you feeling about SPX and the market for next week? Pretty bearish, actually. I think we're getting to a point where the disagreement again, we're getting to a point again where the disagreement between the bond and equity markets are ripe for chaos. Be the 5K block of $20 calls you want to see in the world. I don't have like big trading algos. I'm not gonna do that kind of shit. It's too dangerous. Perfectly happy sitting on the $40 calls I sold last week into close today though. Influencers piling in was the sell signal. There's an interesting chart in the consumer sentiment. Those who get news from media think the economy is good. Those who don't think the economy is recession bad. Yeah, yeah. It's interesting how people are influenced. Are 20C still being closed out, or is this it? It'll chop for a bit, right? As they close them, they'll buy to close 20Cs here. Right. And then retail still thinks it's pumping, so retail will buy the calls, right? And they'll keep the prices elevated. And then they'll just like once they're out of their short calls, then they'll just start selling retail all the calls they're buying. IV will drop off and the price will fall. The only way that goes in retail's favor is if retail buys more calls than they're able to sell them. If you really appreciate all your insight, or they buy theta, which they never do. I really appreciate your insight and enjoyed hanging out daily for 2 years now. I hope I'll be able to utilize your new platform in the not a real country to the north. Keep it up. Thanks, Simon. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be available to everybody once it's out. But we want to make sure it's got everything everyone needs, and we're still in the process of developing those tools. It seems so easy, but holy shit, is it more complex than I could have ever imagined. Thoughts on bear call spreads here, Jimmy. Something small, thinking 2022 for next week. Current yield is 20%. 20% on risk? I don't think they're worth it. It's a put ladder. Yeah. So you sell the in the money put, you use the credit to buy the out of the money puts. That's really good on stocks that tend to like have a lot of range. Like stocks that are gonna like either bounce really hard or drop precipitously. Because your only loss is at spot, right? Are finfluencers full porting on paper accounts anyway? Usually. For the low price of 10 million a month. Oh, no, Yaga. Not everything everyone wants. Everything everyone needs. Those are two different categories. GME ETF FTDs start Thursday next week. Yeah, roughly. Should be around that time. I really loved today's segment of Gherk draws what the SPX spy will do today, and it's literally doing it. Sometimes you're just inside the MM's head, right? Why EPAM hurt? I don't actually know. They're just down today? Or they kind of belated hit from yesterday's sell-off? Retesting the low at 80. Which is fine. I added a little bit. I've got a few months on that, so I'm not too worried about it. The ETF FTDs from the last GME run won't come due till end of June. End of June. ETF FTDs end of June. But from the first run, we're pretty close. And depending on rebalancing going into June, we could get more out of it. So I know my prediction was like we retest this trend, but if we fail 5,300, like if the bulls aren't able to fill this little gap, that's really bad. We could sell off again. Two bottoms. Hmm. Did you say when you're doing the weekend stream yet? Monday. That's how I always do it. I always do it on the holiday. There's a video in Pigeonwheel chat that will make BNet halt into close. Do what you want with this information. I'm gonna ignore it till after the stream, and then go look at it. BBBY hearing a day before GME earnings. Coincidence? Irrelevant. They actually have fucking nothing to do with each other. No, no. If you owned a BBBY and you held it until your equity was extinguished, you no longer owed shares. And even if they were to return your shares, there's no record of them anymore. So nobody would know how many shares you own. Get wrecked. No, the Supreme Court will force the board to create the company again, and RC will lead it to Valhalla. Isn't that kind of a lot of calls? There was a lot of volatility to crush. What if GME were to merge with Bobby? Merge with what? There's nothing there. The people you're talking to are fucking idiots. All of those guys who watch stream and talk about this all day, they're morons. They're grifters. And morons. I lost nearly $16 on BBBY. I will not rest until justice is done. The CFO jumped off a roof. That's never a bullish signal. Things don't add up when you look. You're just creating a conspiracy theory based off your own personal biases that somehow you're going to become a millionaire off a stock that you should have sold when it was $24. That now no longer exists. You were exit liquidity for the man that you worship. Never present. Welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much, man. I can't believe anybody actually listens to that fucking horse shit. Oh, we're following the bankruptcy proceedings. Look at this. It's so complicated. There's no shares. The shares of Bobby are gone, kaput, defunct, deleted. That's how conspiracy theories work. If they were valid, they would be called logical theories. It just got back in. Is SS in here? No, worse. At least SS owns something. I just bought Bobby shares on Craigslist this morning. Paid shill. Nobody has to pay me to shill this shit. I will do it for free all day. Dr. Ray, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Make chat pigeon whale only, but then we wouldn't get this glorious entertainment. Just because the company is bankrupt, the stock is worthless, and the equity destroyed, and the store shut, does not mean it can't short squeeze. The shorts have already filed their taxes, taken their gains, and moved on to better things. I only learned of it tangentially, but the whole PB show, Pulte, etc. thing could have been the most moronic meme stock episode of the past 3 years. Even more than Morant's in an astronaut helmet. It's true. So let's say you're skeptical, but have a tiny hope for GME with regards to its upside. What's your opinion on where it can go? $22 on a break of 20 right now. That could change. I believe the argument could be won by comparing the NAV of someone who sold Bobby and someone who held Bobby. If we're here to make money, the results speak for themselves. Somebody who sold Bobby at 1 cent. Oh, you're the shill. I see. I missed the entire FSLR run this week. Oh no, is it still looking good for next week? It still looks pretty strong. Show the drawing? I don't know if I can pull it back up again. Yeah, I can't pull it back up again. I've drawn too many things since then. I mean, you could just rewind the stream. It was a drop to 192, a bounce back to trend, a failure of the bounce, and then a closed flat around 5,300. The astronaut helmet rug pull earnings was so perfect. It looked like a 4-year-old that somebody shit in his fucking Lucky Charms. Remember that time SS went to GME corporate and set up tents in the parking lot? Oh, you mean when we found out that the moderators were white trash? Yeah, I remember. What's up, Nuke? What did you do? Did you lose another 18 grand? Remember when SS were exercising out of the money calls? I still think they think that's a good idea. I don't think that's changed. Hmm. You notice SPX recovered, right? But Nikkei really didn't. Curious. Mm, it's gonna be delicious. I really want to go long HD here. When are people gonna build things again? Never. Hmm. Web 3 and its potential? Oh, fuck off. I might build a patio this summer, but I'm going to use Lowe's. I refuse to shop at Home Depot because their website interface is so trash. When all the foreclosed homes get swept up for pennies and get remodeled by out of work real estate agents. Ooh, I like that. That's a good bull case. Gherk, I touched the stove and it burnt me. Was it the put stove? I drew what was going to happen today. I play games. Do you think Web3 is going to revolutionize gaming? Yeah, when Microsoft adopts it, maybe. No, no one cares about GME. GME's not going to revolutionize shit. Ryan Cohen's a fucking moron. You mean their failed NFT market and the wallet they closed? Construction material prices are coming down a bit in the past couple of months, but I'm still seeing big developers postponing jobs for being over budget. Interesting. 'Tis the season, though. Maybe I'll wait. I'll wait till like midsummer and then take a look at HD then. Why would you care about it if the cycles start up again? Like this cyclical short vol on GME has nothing to do with fucking whether the company does anything successful or relevant. If those 20 Junes go in the money, they're sold. I don't still have the layer, but it's, I mean, you can just rewind the stream. It was like this. Or it was. Sold to someone? It doesn't matter. To the MM. I did, Dork. RC hid the Bobby shares in the GME wallet. You win. Awesome. What do I get? So glad I got out of Jimmy when it ran. I got my stimmy money back. And now I'm not a statistics of Americans who spent all their stimulus money Paid off my credit cards and being responsible. Nice. Are you gonna play Shadows of the Gird Tree? I don't know what is it. You win nothing. Fantastic. BNet halt into close. Ooh. See, still pressure. But not out of the woods yet. That is curious indeed. The most bullish thing about BNet right now is that they haven't brought it back to 20 cents. No, the ask has nothing to do with it. Look at the fucking IV on the strike. Every time IV spiked, they were selling like 5K blocks on it. Yeah, it's fucking bid ask on in the money options is irrelevant. It's not even that good of an indicator when the options are out of the money, but when they're in the money, it's super unimportant. And if they go back in the money, they're going to sell more of them. No problem. Does IBKR show IV? I only see bid ask. You have to turn it on. Go to the menu and turn on IV and the Greeks and everything on the contract so you can see them. My broker has this neat feature I'm using for the first time. It lets me take money out of my account so I can spend it. Looks like MOUT will close above 220 today. Hopefully that means great things for next week. It's got really supportive positioning, but I would be concerned about the failed breakouts on the index. MOUT is very index exposed. And this bounce on SPX was not bullish. It's way less bullish if we close below 5,300. What's the degen play into close? Overpriced. The degen play into close would be the bulls get leverage here and push it up to like 5,307. But I don't know if they're going to be able to pull that off. Yeah, and the 5,300 is 155. The 5,305 is 35 cents, which isn't too bad. Yeah, it's probably not worth it though. There's a little gap there. See at 5,303. So if they could get delta positive, which they haven't been able to do, it could bounce. Like that one's the more likely one. The other one could be that Charm just takes over in the next 11 minutes because we're under the 5,300 strike and pushes us back down to the bottom. Wonder if rising vol. Yeah, it's not really rising much. Yeah, so it'd probably be like a wide straddle. Or one strike wide straddle, which is like 70 cents. And then you would hope it could go like $2 in the money on one side or the other. But it's mediocre at best. The harder Charm pushes down, the more bulls are going to buy the 295. Have you ever looked into stocks like OC? I'm bullish on mineral wool. Crazy demand, huge lead times. Something I'm interested in for a correction play. Sorry. No, I haven't really. I can take a look at them. My biggest my biggest concern with them would be that we see a decline in home building, right? Either due to tightening financial conditions or loss in equity in the housing market. Now, they're not directly affected by that, but they are incidentally affected by it, right? Although at a decent enough discount, I would consider it. I mean, I absolutely wouldn't consider buying it anywhere near 180, but maybe if margins declined back under like 10%. Oh, let me look at, hold on. Yeah, I think like a PE of like 5 to 7, I would be pretty interested. I think their PE is actually relatively low compared to their competition. But not a lot of growth is expected from them, right? And they are fairly cyclical. So yeah, I would probably, and the dividend's really not consequential, so I would probably want a pretty decent discount to earnings. Mineral wool is used in commercial construction too. Well, it's good that no one's building anything commercial at all. What's the OBV doesn't mean anything. It has dropped. It just means the price is traded at a higher price since the squeeze. It doesn't have any effect on the stock. I already went long HP. I'm not interested in chasing like Canadian mid caps. Pump into GDP next week? Hmm. I don't think GDP is going to have a bullish bias. Especially the PMIs as hot as they were. How lit would it be if N phase goes to 200? That'd be really cool. As a $200 N phase call enjoyer, I would very much like that. FSLR still wow. Yep. Fucker's unstoppable. I'm sorry, but FSLR has no business being up here, and yet here it is. Do you city folk even celebrate Memorial Day? Fuck no. I don't know, maybe I'll get drunk. Last year I went out to like this little weird island where one of my buddies was having a party. It was like by Martha's Vineyard, but not on Martha's Vineyard. And then we got fucking stranded there because no, he went to go bang this like caterer chick. Yeah, he left us all there. Guess what I'm snacking on? Taco Bell? Of course he did. Yeah, he's a conceited asshole. But he knows it. At least he's honest about it, you know, so I can appreciate that. Or it was Block Islands? I don't remember the name of it. Hold on. Fisher's Island. The fuck is Cuddy Hunk? The photos of Fisher's Island are not clarifying why you agreed to go. He's super rich, had free booze, and hangs out with Instagram thoughts. Temple Zarian. Cuddy Hunk is the island next to Martha's Vineyard. Ding ding. The day is done. Hey, we almost tapped look at the Bulls. They tried to do a thing and to close. So pretty close. We got most of my prediction. What the hell just happened? Chill out. Fisher's is where rich New Yorkers hide from the Hamptons people. Ironically, his house is in the Hamptons. Well, his other house. That was a cool end of day. Because it was exactly what I predicted 2 hours ago. Hour and a half ago. Anyway, GME still looks kind of boring, but they haven't shorted it really hard yet. Like actually shorted it. They're just shorting vol still. I don't think the breakout at 19 is of any relevance, but a breakout at 20 could still see a test of like 22, 23. Upstart still looks like shit. Still getting shorted down. Losing the 2350 level. Next level to the downside is like 2150. Fubo staying right where it is. Top didn't run again because it's lame. Beyond ran off a little bit today and then crashed and fell back below 750 again. GoEV turned up a little, getting a little tail on it there. Nice little bear flag before it drops down to the $2.20 level, and everyone in here has a heart attack. BNED's kind of holding up. It is getting shorted, but not in the underlying. And liquidity is still really fucking tight. If I go out here to the daily, they really haven't turned shit around. So there's some potential this could run off again, especially if there's another big buy-in. It's a very tricky situation because they're not getting a handle on it. What causes stocks to go on reg show? I think most of the time it's intentional. They allow fails to spill over in order to get the 13-day lead time. But fail to volume ratios in excess of the shares traded are symptomatic of reg show inclusion. Today ended kind of right at the top of the MM's expected move, 10 points higher roughly, but a bounce off of the technical gap. Still not bullish though. We did not get a full reversal off the bounce. It failed at a lower high, and honestly, we closed a little bit lower than we would have liked to. Above 5,300 is probably more stable, but this still looks like distributive. It still looks like it's failing. And that might be even more obvious out here on the futures chart. We got to the 15-minute. You can kind of you can kind of see that, you know, we bounced, but we didn't even like retest the upper trend, right? We're starting to fail here. Another cross or retest of 5300 could lead to like our next leg to the downside, which might be pretty dramatic given how short vol is. Commodities up 10 points today. Dixie fell a bit against the euro and the pound, likely with the softer durables print. But also with the drop in inflation expectations that came alongside the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report. Dispersion picked up a bit today, and tech was obviously largely the leader on this bounce, right? But still not back at our lows, and even if they are pushing the dispersion trade more, there's not a lot of leverage to be gained out of it. USD JPY pretty flat most of the day, but the inversion in the yield curve tightening despite the short on vol. So you know we're probably the more we see that inversion tighten, the more pressure that's going to put on long vol. And you know they successfully shorted it down, but the next spike might be more rapid. It's gonna create a lot of pressure. It's going to create a lot of pressure there, especially as long vol positions move in. Skew still just rocketing up. Yeah, generally indicative of a lack of tail risk hedge and large amounts of volatility shorting. But I still think that the majority of that shorting is on the call side, and skew moving up is representative of that and not representative of the fact that there are plenty of out of the money puts, and tail risk seems to be pretty well hedged right now, at least to some degree. 44% of the S&P under its 20-day moving average, or above its 20-day moving average. So still not a big recovery there. I mean, this probably bounced back to like 53 today. I don't know if it's printed yet, but not a lot of breadth in the recovery. Dow actually down on the day, right? Russell up a bit, but mostly tech leading. Correlation between cash VIX and VIX futures for the end of this week, 5% positive over the prior week. So starting a trend back towards positive correlation. And that may pick up as we move into the futures expiration in June. Fed fund futures now pricing in exactly one rate cut for 2024, and only one rate cut. Happy Memorial Day weekend, everyone. Even if you don't support the U.S. military, your taxes do. Many people have lost their lives defending our freedom and way of life. It's good to remember them once in a while. Cheers, y'all. Respect, Navy. Cheers, man. How do I feel about cost at 810? I don't know. I'll probably short it. So the members only stream is going to be on Monday, 12:30 p.m. That's when you guys would normally be watching the stream anyway, right? So it's the perfect time. And I will, I'll see you all then, as a matter of fact. Pickles Picks will be out Monday night, not Sunday night, Monday night. Yeah, I hope everybody has a great Memorial Day and enjoys their extended weekend. I'll see you next week, guys. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.